Okay, back with more Hardspace Shipbreaker, continuing. I left myself off on a kind of a nasty mission last time. I did all the easy parts, and now I have to figure out all the hard parts without any muscle memory, so feel free to help me out if there's stuff that I ought to know from last session. We're going to go for 6 hours-ish today. Be able to make some solid progress.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Today's weather report, clear and sunny, with a high of minus 270 degrees.
Okay, let's see. One we're working on. Can't get any of the stuff I need from here. I just need a dampener. Okay, we'll try to work on that on the next ship. I think I tore everything off except for the hard stuff, so I'm gonna do my best here. So this thing I need to pull all of the fuses or deal with all of the fuses, right? So maybe I can try to find those here. Is there an easy way for me to find fuses? Like, I feel like the electrical view is not as helpful as I wish it was. And do I have to deal with a radiation filter now for this one? We're always on the exterior of the inner hull. Okay, see if I can find one. So like I have to get outside the walls of this into the crawl space behind these walls here, basically. Can I see how they connect to the power generator on the outside? I only did one quest with fuses. Oh, I did? Okay. So they'll literally be somewhere out here where I can see them? I see. This guy, right? The idea, so I wrote this down, I only practiced this one time. It has to do with pressing it when the lights aren't on, essentially. 1, 2, 3, and then pull once they all shut off. Got it. Okay. I don't get, like, an object to barge for doing that, right? I'm just disconnecting it, essentially. Let me see how that shows up on this guy. And collect it by hand. Okay. Oh, okay, so when I pulled it, it's like floating behind me somewhere now. So if it had been indoors, I could have grabbed it more easily, I guess.
Tether supplies running low.
I'll just go get tethers. So to take my time with this one since I left myself in such a hard position here. Use the housing parallel to the hull walls. Okay, let's see if I can find it here. It might already be gone.
Tethers restored.
Thank you for your purchase.
And how do I know if I've pulled all the fuses? Is there any way to know just to thoroughly search the outside? I don't think I can pull this guy off, for instance. So I've already done all the cut points. That's just a light. I probably just lost it. That's okay. Not super important. Just trying to learn. And so you were saying that this reactor, along with the rooms adjacent to it, can probably just be completely barged. So when you say 3 rooms, you mean these 3 blocks here, essentially? This is a weird ship for me because I'm used to just being able to cut point everything, but it sounds like I have to do some more aggressive work on this one. I can try pulling this guy off now because I think I got the fuse. Oh, okay. So why didn't I die or something really bad happened from me pulling it without the fuses? There are always 3. Okay, so I see the one there. I don't want to see the ones that I missed then. I see. Which would have been more dangerous if I had done it like in the ship. Oh, I see. There they are. Yeah. Scrap. So when I did that, did it just pop all the fuses automatically? Is that what these are? And they're just showing us scrap now because I broke it, basically? Okay, I understand then. So let me try to deal with this. So you're saying I can somehow sever this block of 3 square rooms and then just barge that whole thing. Let me go inside to see if I can understand why that's true. The white scrap box, the ones that were like sparking. Gotcha. Oh, so here's the one I pulled earlier. Collect fuse, I see. So it's this room, and this room. So that's also, I guess it's just going to automatically deal with the, because normally with the reactor I have to like deal with the coolant, but if I just barge the whole thing, I could just skip that essentially. Okay. So I guess to sever this, I'm going to have to use demolition charges in order to do enough damage to like blow through this. I'm gonna blow up and die. It's okay. Split saw will work. Okay. Now, is that a pseudo cut point there? Because it didn't automatically cut when I did this the first time. I see. Oh, well then how would I do it with the split saw? Okay. You're saying that going along the seam line is just less likely to work, essentially? It's kind of cool that you can even do this in the first place. To just precisely delete the inner walls, otherwise it doesn't count as disconnected, I guess. Gotcha. Video games, huh? Okay, so... I guess it's really hard for me to tell. I think I may have missed something, right?
Looking at roughly 5 minutes left in this shift.
I did.
Keep on at it. We're out.
So can I just use tethers then, even though I can't? And you can tell that because you're looking at the weight of it is separate from the rest of it. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. Gotcha. Looks like my tether strength is enough. It's just going to be like super slow, it looks like. I didn't realize that tethers could take this giant of a piece. Is there any way to kind of know how large of a piece the tethers can pull? I imagine you can't just like tether the whole ship, right? And it's probably based on your tether strength stat. Everything else on the outside here is furnace. I'm wondering if I should just junk this and then throw the rest of it in the processor or even in the barge. 20,000 kilograms. I thought there was. I thought that was a an upgrade. Interesting. You probably said this before, but maybe it affects like the speed that it's pulling or something. Yeah, so since this is a very weird ship compared to everything else I've done in the game up to this point.
Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Okay. Grapple strength isn't the same as tether strength, which doesn't exist. Got it. Thank you. My brain just wants to assume that that's a thing for whatever reason. Yeah, so what would be your recommendation for dealing with the rest of this? Because it looks like it's just a bunch of furnace garbage, but there's a handful of barge stuff in there. Like, should I just try to split it up into parts that I can tether and then throw all that in the barge, or... This is definitely the weirdest ship I've done in the game. Every other ship I've just been able to fully deal with via cut points. I guess these are like technically cut points on this guy, right? I see. Is this particular panel any more special than the other panels, or just kind of guiding me to like, hey, you can cut these if you want to? Like, is there a reason they don't all have the yellow line guidelines on them? I guess I did not successfully disconnect this, did I?
got about 1 minute to make your mark on this shift.
Literally that thing. I guess that's the idea of the kind of thing that can go wrong, though. Yeah, it's probably easier to just send the whole thing into the barge. I see. And so you're saying, this is, I'm trying to understand why this is true. So, like, I would expect that it's safer to cut along the walls here. Can you explain why it's more reliable to, like, cut here, for example? I guess I would think that if you cut along the walls, that it's more likely to cleanly divide the sections. I could also just bail on the rest of this guy. It probably isn't worth an entire extra shift on it. Cuts along a solid piece always go all the way across perfectly.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
I see. One of these sessions, I'll remember that there's no such thing as tether strength. Yeah, so it's under the grapple where the tether module is. But, okay, and this is called strength, but it's a subset of the grapple license, which is why it doesn't affect tethers. Okay, I think I get it. Don't know that anything else is, like, super important here, so probably based on rank unlocks I should be looking at. Yeah, right. Yeah, trying to wrap my head around the video gamey stuff. I guess it's like there's 2 elements to it, right? There's stuff in the game that works the way it does because it's a video game, and there's also stuff that works the way it does because during early access the players asked for it to work that way. That stuff's not that bad. I guess that's why they have the demo charges in the game. You were talking about that problem where they actually wanted the main cutter to be nerfed, or there was like a way you could upgrade it that made it less useful to the hardcore players. Okay, I can go onto a new ship, so I need a dampener for the ship doctor. This one has one. It's another gecko. Basically the same as the one I just did. Okay. Hazards. We'll just try it. We just did one, we can do another one. Probably do the same thing of looking at cut points first. All right, well, we got to deal with airlocks first. How do I get in here?
Airlock depressurizing.
I think I was also having an issue last episode with there occasionally being just like default broken AC units, right? So I couldn't easily vent the air. Wish I could upgrade the scanner to tell me more stuff. At least one working somewhere on the ship. Okay. And it's a machine with a blue light on it, right? Looks like an air conditioner. These big ships that can support the huge crews are pretty cool. Says the dampener is likely going to be by a forklift somewhere. Okay, here we go.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Well, that's actually not super helpful at all. Okay. Right, so this one's broken. Maybe a little dangerous. Okay. And then once I've depressurized stuff, I can activate airlock consoles to finish venting all the remaining air into space, basically. Ops room, cockpit. Let's see. I guess there was one in there that I could have shut down. Okay. That's fine. Need to be found floating around or collected by destroying a forklift. Okay. Well, let me look around for parts really quick before I start taking things apart. There we go. All right. The long search is over. Time to start breaking stuff. Keep seeing a danger light. Oh, okay, because there's still air over here. Gotcha.
Airlock depressurizing.
Okay, I think we're all good on air now. All right, so it's time to start doing cut points, but I have to like get to the cut points. So is this the radiation filter? I don't think I actually had one the last time I did a ship. I got a tutorial for it at the end of the last stream and then didn't actually end up having to do it. Yeah, is there anything I could have done better with depressurization? Just so I can try to learn? There is a radiation filter. Okay, well, I'm gonna wait to do that until I have it exposed. Because I think it said the problem is you have to like move it without bumping into anything. Thrusters. Let's hit as many of these as I can. This is nice and low brain power. Know where all the AC units are. Remove all the ones other than the one you will toggle to start the process. Shovel them to the barge through an airlock. I see. Yeah, just making sure that that is in fact the right way to do things. You don't want to fuck with that. This guy, data drive, find those.
Hey, I wanted to thank you for the other day. I was angry.
Oh, game seems really quiet since we haven't gotten a lot of voice acting. I can turn it up a little bit. You know if this ends up being too loud or if it's still too quiet.
I regret. You didn't deserve that. I just... How do you grow up idolizing your dad, believing all the stories your auntie told you about him flying the first colonizers out to Sirius Village, but only to find out that he was just out there selling insurance? Here I thought he was always away because he was the greatest pilot of all time. Now, I'm still angry that he lied to me, but you're right. He did it to give me hope. And now, well, here I am. The night of my first job as the 4th engineer on a cargo ship. One day...
Maybe I'll have my own ship.
I'll have my own ship.
Uh-huh.
And one day, I'll become the pilot you like. Thanks.
This game is really good. So this coolant tank is not in any way connected to the reactor coolant, right? That's entirely the ECU unit on the outside of where the reactor is. It's just another thing that I can remove and have to be careful about, I guess. Okay.
All right. You got 5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter, before they turn the lights out on you.
Okay, they're like random fuel tanks that aren't connected to thrusters. Interesting thing about this game, I think it's very possible to like play it pretty successfully without really understanding the big picture of how the ship is connected. If you're just kind of flying around hoping you bump into a cut point, the ship kind of falls apart without you necessarily needing to grok, okay, I just disconnected everything from the outside of the ship and now I'm at the inner hull. Like, humans are pretty good at doing that in general, like being able to function with something without completely big picture understanding it, but it's probably exacerbated by the fact that I'm constantly doing new ships, so I don't get a chance to really learn how a specific ship model works. took me forever to even kind of abstractly understand what an airlock would look like in the crawl space, right? Makes sense now. But early on, I was really having trouble finding the cut points for these guys. Right. Like the airlocks are pretty much always the same. I do think I'd like to see if they ever do a sequel to this game or they further update this game. I wish that there was a vision mode that focused on showing you contiguous connected parts. I think that that would be insanely helpful for me to grok this game better. It's not completely redundant functionality with noticing the listed weight for a piece you're looking at. I see.
Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
You keep thinking this game is like over the top, but we make teachers do this. We make teachers buy their own supplies. At least we don't make them buy them from like the corporation that owns the school. It could be worse, I guess.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Thank you for
I think I basically never need to buy oxygen again because I have enough points in it that it will last a shift and it always refills for free. Yeah.
60 seconds left to wrap things up, Cutter.
This game is only darker. Every time I play it, it's a couple months between sessions, it gets scarier and scarier. I think the thing that it nails, the thing I'm most impressed about, and there's a lot to be impressed about, is the way it presents the banality of capitalism, right? Like the way everyone just normalizes it. Like you can have characters commenting on trying to start a union or whatever, but it's all presented so like matter-of-factly. I see. You must enter the hab to end your shift, otherwise you will lose your progress. Does they mean you can't save midday?
Links would like to share the following inspirational message. Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort into flames of profitability.
God. Alright, I can do the ship doctor now. Let's see what the new things it needs are.
Hi, don't worry. Dr. Ship is here to fix your ship right up. A flawless procedure. No complications.
So now I need a heat sink. they repeated very frequently. Okay, so it'd be a heatsink here I can find. I'll try to look for that first. There we go. Easy peasy. Maybe try to fly around and grab the rest of these. I can just collect these. I saw a part near here. Am I crazy? Oh, the fuse shows up as a purple part you can pick up. I did not realize that. Okay. Well, that's one way I can track them down. I'm just gonna hear them beeping now too. All right. Get back to cut points. Do we have any announcements for future games in this setting? It's a really cool setting. I like the particular flavor of sci-fi they've gone for too, where it's like, no, we just have ships to exploit the solar system. We don't have like warp drive. There aren't like aliens. Just mining asteroids and shit. Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's a really, it's a rich setting. I think you can do a lot with it. Okay. We have a good angle on the processors here.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Whoops, that's stupid. Okay. Sounds like that guy's still connected to something inside, so let me try to get in there. It's the thrusters. This whole nacelle can get barged. So, like, nacelles are, I probably asked this in a previous episode and forgot it. Nacelles are in all kinds of sci-fi when they're talking about spaceships. Are they based on like an actual real world like sea ship concept? Where did that word come from, I wonder?
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I think I mentioned in Star Trek all the time.
Credit applied.
I see, that's what these are. Okay. Okay. So we've got these thrusters and thruster ejection. There we go. This is one of the many prerequisites for dealing with the reactor, although on this ship I don't have to work as hard for the reactor, it seems like. Okay, so in theory, those should just pop off now. Okay, yeah. These guys go in the barge. Okay, yeah, no worries. I feel like the barge is almost too powerful in this game. I guess it's fine. I guess that's part of the learning curve, is you realize, oh, I don't actually care about most of this stuff, and these are the most valuable things, because I assume in real life you don't go for 100% efficient breaking of real-life ships. Got that. This is a crazy ship. Like, I feel like I'm making no progress for the longest time, and then the thing just like completely falls apart. It's cool.
Confirmed. Applying credit.
Links rail. Okay, so this whole thing more or less can go in the processor. Sure, there's not a surprise bargeable thing in here. Dump it in the basket.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Oh, it just starts like pulling stuff into the furnace. Shit, yeah, I see what you mean.
Tether
All right, Cutter. You got 5 minutes left in this shift before they turn the lights out on you. Pitter patter.
Thermal spreaders. Could take an ion coil out. Can I safely extract an ion coil, or does that require dealing with the power first? 'Cause I don't think I've needed that yet for anything.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Caution. No tethers remaining.
You just don't get stuck on the edge of the basket. It's really annoying when that happens.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Fuel levels restored.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Only got it if it was like floating, essentially.
Material deposited.
Oh god. I feel like this getting stuck on the inside of the basket thing is not great. I don't know how they could have fixed it. That guy's probably fine now. Gotcha.
Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
I'll keep trying to send it like the opposite wall, essentially. So not the right way to think about it.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Get there. Yeah, these big ships, I feel like they really incentivize you to not care anywhere near as much about doing everything right, just getting the big parts done and over with and moving on to the next one, since they're worth so many points.
Processing valuable deposit.
You got 60 ticks till this turkey's done, Cutter. Gobble gobble.
Like, I don't think it's worth grabbing the coolant tanks.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I guess I didn't think about that. So when you get 7, 8, and 9, you're getting another 7, another 8, and another 9 points. You're not getting 3 extra points. Right. Getting there.
New certification level achieved. License
15.
upgraded.
Okay, sorry, I'll look at it next time. I don't think I internalized that previously.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have one incoming transmission waiting.
52? It's
Oh,
Hal.
fuck.
Let's talk.
This fucking guy.
You know, in a lot of ways, you and I are the same. Came from Earth, hard worker, doing the real grunt work. You could be wearing my uniform someday,
Ugh.
making decisions. That's a precious opportunity, you know. And it's hard. Harder than shipbreaking, to be honest. You know, in this position, you gotta make the tough calls. Big picture stuff. You're gonna hurt people. You're gonna make them angry, sad, scared, even cry. But you gotta do it. It's the job. One bad move, and boom! Right back down to where you came from. But yeah, I like you. You're not a troublemaker. Troublemakers spoil everything, if you let them. Keep doing what you're doing. And don't let them spoil you, 52. Stay on the straight and narrow. And I'll be sure to mention you in my final report. See you around, chum.
You're really good at depicting the, like, subtle violence, like everyday violence of capitalism that just infuses everything all the time.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%.
Gecko heavy
Which is
cargo.
why it's so important to always give 110%.
Okay.
Hey there, I'm Shipbreaker. I'm here to help you get this ship healthy again.
Another heat sink.
Your ship's vitals are improving. Keep it up.
Ocean tugs bringing an asteroid into Port Olympus. You could be you one day. You get a miles under control of your life. All you have to do is harm your former colleagues. Yeah, I think bootlickers are the worst. Like, major spoilers for Another Crab's Treasure. Mute the video if you don't want to hear these. I'll only talk about it for a few minutes, but I really like that the final boss of that game is the bootlicker, right? It's not the capitalist. Very, very smart choice. It's so frustrating, like, how much is just woven through every aspect of our society. Got so many euphemisms everywhere, right? It is heartening to see a kind of nascent anti-work movement brewing, but it seems like it doesn't have perfect analysis, and it's not very resilient to dipshits calling them lazy. Yeah, I heard that one already. Hustle and grind set culture is a disaster, I think. Rank 15, okay. I'm just gonna look for stuff that just unlocked at rank 15 and decide if I want it or not. can probably afford to take more stuff just to take it, but... Is there anything in this tree that's like truly gameplay warping that's still available to me? Oh yeah, that's good. Fortunately, I think I can already see everything that's possible to see. So is this O2 capacity 5 completely pointless, or it protects me in case I have a mild, like, helmet breach, I guess? Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably good. How you actually want the explosion size to be smaller. Gotcha. Tether lifetime is maybe helpful for if I'm sending the really, really big parts down. I don't have any more heat sinks on this one. So does this detected on ship include stuff that I've already claimed? Because I think that could exist on this ship, or is it like, no, we know it's still available? Thought I found everything. Do a quick check here. There it goes. I see it now. The fuse is intended for me to just grab it, right? It's not, you don't really lose any money by grabbing it. Shit. Ouch.
Please limit convulsions to avoid damage.
That was pretty fast. Limit convulsions to avoid damage to systems and equipment. Good. Doesn't really matter. Med kit. Suit's fine.
Thank you for your purchase.
Keel.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I did not see that. Okay, so it does tell you whether it's safe or not.
Credits transferred.
Gotcha. Surprised they would even let me know that it was safe.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. registered. Transferring credits.
All right, what else we got out here? Oops. Oops, dude, don't do that.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Object accepted for processing.
That's gonna get stuck.
Deposited.
Yeah, so we're gonna increasingly run into ships like this where the inside of the ship can't be taken apart with cut points anymore. I guess I can try to experiment with it more instead of just directly asking, okay, what am I supposed to take apart? But cut points seem to be a pretty good, I don't know what I'm doing way to at least still make progress. Not doing anything that's like really stupid or would screw me over. I guess the game is structured in such a way that you're always making progress even if you fuck the occasional thing up, so not a huge deal. Okay, this part says that it's 9,800, but it looks like it's like physically caught on something, I guess.
Object not accepted for
Yeah,
processing.
okay. It's like hooked on that thing there.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Oh, I see. I don't see what it's caught on.
Deposit accepted for processing. Maybe accidentally got it too stuck a second ago. It's just like barely caught on something, maybe. Try pulling it down for a second. I guess this didn't happen to me on the opposite side because it didn't happen to get stuck. Okay, so like this is what it's essentially caught on, it looks like. Oh, okay. I guess I could try disconnecting this, right? Just out of curiosity, was that enough?
There it goes. I see. I'll try to get a higher rating than just abandoning once I get the reactor out this time. Oh yeah. This thing, basically. The rest of this is all processor, it looks like.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Not worth enough to spend a tether on, I don't think, but whatever, it's fine.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Cutter, we got 5 minutes left till we call her a day. We were out.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned. Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Okay, so let's try to do this. This is the radiation filter that's in here. So my notes were remove the containment unit access panels, cut the frame holding the radiation filter, maneuver the filter to the barge carefully. So there aren't any cut marks on this thing. Is it literally just cutting the sides of... Wait, can I pull this off? No. Did I already effectively do... Access panel comes off with a grapple. See this? It didn't have the little grabby icon that tells me I can pull this off. I guess it's just never connected.
Valuable object processed. Credits
So
deposited.
then I have to do the cut points. Yeah, looks like an AC filter. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Just like when you take the actual AC filter out, you don't want to jostle it a bunch.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
That wasn't too bad. Okay, should be able to remember how to do that. Get this guy. Well, let's finish sending everything into the processor. This is a cool ship. I feel like this one feels really different from the ones I've done so far. The other one that was really memorable for me was the one that you have to, like, annoyingly deal with the thrusters by quickly going in there while they're starting on fire and turning them off. Too much else. It's processor around here.
Processing
Yeah.
valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Okay, so you're saying cutting a little bit above the wall is the way to go here. I'm working on it. Whoops. That wasn't anything important, fortunately. Okay, so I did not succeed because this is still showing as connected. So what did I fuck up? I feel like that was much more dangerous than what I did the first time by cutting along the lines, but... Oh, I see. That's still connected?
Warning.
Oh, so I go inside and I pull things from the inside? Oh shit, I forgot to look at that screen. I'll remember eventually.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx would like to share the following message. The only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
Okay. You're technically holding the whole thing together. Yeah, I wonder if they could adjust the game feel on that at all. It would be nice, I think, if it would break very small parts. If you detect that the percentage, if whatever mass is holding it together is less than 1% of the whole or whatever, it just snaps when you go to pull it or something, or automatically snaps. It's not like a huge problem, but it does feel counter to the way you might expect it to work in real life.
Fuel levels restored.
Yeah, right. And I don't think that whatever their solution needs to be like crazy complicated, right? That was the radiation filter. I see. The other side of it. So we need to fly in here. Look for shit that's connected to the shit that I just cut, basically. And theoretically, it's all going to show as scrap now because I damaged it while I was cutting it. Oh, if it's scrap, that means it's already disconnected by default. Okay, I think we got it, because now it says 18,000. I might try to do it along the line again next time.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Just by picking the right spot. Like, should I be going closer to where the seam is? Oh, I see.
Material accepted.
Got another one of these guys.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Usually they make the radiation filter worth so much. I'm guessing the filter itself isn't worth anything. They just want to incentivize you to deal with it.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I gotcha. Yeah, you've described that I think in every episode now, and it still hasn't stuck for me. So I don't know if it's because I don't get it or it doesn't behave intuitively to me. And so I refuse to just remember. Just go get more tethers.
Object cannot be processed. Please observe salvage destination.
Shut up.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
So this whole thing should be able to just go down into the barge now, in theory. Oh, really? What was the outside of that guy? It was out here somewhere, I thought. Opposite side of this thing? No, it's further inside the ship, I guess. This thing is caught on something. Like hooked onto this, basically? No. This is just going really slow because it's huge. It's kind of caught on this. Try to slice the rest of this up here. Probably just gonna barge everything.
Deposited. Account credit applied.
And more tethers isn't really helping me, right? It just feels like it should. It's fine. Only marginally. Okay. Find out exactly why you recommend against doing it this way. 5 or 6 for the big pieces, and then you have diminishing returns, I see.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
Shut up. So this corner here is a problem. There's like pseudo cut points, it seems like. Little like square nodes. Alright, so is this section is now separated, okay. Does it really matter where I place the panel's just a waste, but that's fine. I'm putting multiple tethers on it. Does it matter where I put them? Or if I like front load them all in the same spot, is it helping the same amount?
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Refloating
Processor deposit accepted.
barge thing.
Credits awarded. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I feel like this one's taking much longer to get in there than the first time. I don't know if I did something different to make it. I guess it's just a heavier ship as part of it.
5 minutes left. You know what to do. Weaver out.
One on each end so you don't spin it. Okay. Try to plan on that.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Oh, this is the radiation housing. Okay, so this thing... That's just the other access panel. So this thing does pull off and it's worth a substantial amount of money, but I have to cut it off if I want to benefit from it. Oh, I see.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Oh, that's really annoying. Probably not going to bother with it. I'm just trying to cut this thing apart and went at an angle by mistake around one of the corners. I'm going to try to fix it here.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
I lose out on 9, but I can try to get 7 and 8 maybe. That's kind of cool.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Just junk.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
kind of wish there was some sort of thing in the game that really made you care more about the furnace, even if it was just like achievements or certain tech unlocks that required a certain amount deposited in the furnace. You feel like you're very incentivized to just assume that anything that is furnace is just garbage that you can ignore and put in the wrong place, you know? It was like even like taking the time to turn and point that is wasting time, essentially.
Applying credit. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Slicing up the ship like this without using the cut points is kind of nice because you can get to a lot of the things quickly.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Like X kilograms of aluminum into the furnace. Oh. And they simplified it? That's very interesting.
Credits awarded.
That makes a lot more sense
1 minute
than what I would have
left,
expected.
Time to start wrapping things up.
They switched it to a much more simple version. No, I can get 8. I don't know if I want to spend an entire... Well, you said that the reward is good enough that it's almost as good as the reward for the first several goals. So maybe I should come back and finish it.
Transferred.
It's interesting. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why that it's not obvious to me. Because it's just telling you a value underneath it, 60 MP, 59 LT. So it's always 60 MP, but the links token amount. No, but is it worth 7 LT or is it worth 59 LT? It's worth 7 over rank 7, right? It looks like every rank is only worth 7, isn't it? Am I reading this wrong? I guess that's the total for that tier. So tier 1 gives me 60 and 13 link tokens, and then tier 2 gives me another 60 and now an additional 20 link tokens, so now I have a total of 30. $33, I guess. Yeah, that I didn't read. I thought that was just like, this is the cumulative amount that you've acquired by getting this far, not that that's worth... Okay. Okay. Yeah, that explains why I was confused on that. So each one is a big bounty that's worth 7 more than the previous total bounty.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
Basically the RuneScape leveling curve. Alright, well, I'll go for it then. Oh, whereas the link tokens are just equipment upgrades. I guess I've already ruined gear level 9, and if I fuck up enough, I could ruin 8 and waste my time. So I think I am just going to go ahead and move on then. I need more heat sinks. I kind of need an episode title. I haven't gotten a new ship, right? I just did Gecko. Right. Okay, well, I guess I'll do a javelin, because I've already done one of those. Okay, makes sense. Since it's always 60 MP whether you do the first objective on a new ship or the last objective on an old ship. Okay, maybe I'll try that next, if I don't get a new ship by then.
Welcome to
Tethers restored.
Is this the one with the crazy thrusters where you have to like fly in there and put out the fire, basically? That's Atlas, okay. All right, this is demolition. Yeah. The demo charges are really interesting to me.
Applying credit.
I wish we could peek into alternate realities for lots of reasons, but I would be very interested to imagine what this game would be like if it didn't spend any time in early access.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
How do you disconnect these guys? They're like held together by friction. Okay, so there's a cut point, and then there's like they're actually like claw gripping onto this thing as well. Probably should still deal with airlock shit before I'm doing cut points, but whatever, it's fine. Two separately pressurized sections with separate airlock entrances. If this grid is shining red anywhere, that's something else that's going to blow up, basically. I misplaced that. It is possible to disarm it, right? Well, maybe we're okay. I don't think I had to do that last time. I know I had to use the demo charges. I didn't think I needed to use it to disconnect these parts here. I see. Yeah, right. We have a substantial number of these. 2 left, which is good. That's how many I need right now. That's how they're held on there. Okay, that's cool. Whole thing gets barged. I like this ship a lot. I think these are iconic looking ship pieces.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Because they weren't held on as tightly as the last time I did a javelin. Yeah, it's not super clear to me what the like minor procedural differences between the ships are.
Salvage
I'd have to play and do the
deposit
same ship many, many
Applying
times to be able to
credit.
notice that.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
It wasn't worth very much at all, sadly.
Salvage deposit.
I'm worried
ready.
that's gonna get stuck on something immediately. Yeah, it's like I have to dissolve this entire thing so it's not stuck. I remember having to deal with this before. Possibly get a specific angle and split saw 3 of those clamp cut points in one click. Oh, so I don't accidentally like slice into the ship and sure.
Airlock depressurizing. Airlock pressurizing.
Okay.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Oh, really? Thanks for telling me that.
Airlock depressurizing.
So in this one has a like the crawl space is separated from the rest of it. I have to go through the crawl space to get to other parts of the ship here. I think I usually have to put up with that though? Question mark. So there's a radiation filter. Reactor.
Cutter, ship's got about 5 minutes left in her. Let's make them count. Weave her out.
Right, so we're good now in this whole section. Structurally, do most of the ships have a crawl space that's accessible via an airlock door? Or is that unusual for this one that the Crawl space compartments have a separate airlock. Maybe I just haven't noticed it and I've been getting into it through other means.
Airlock depressurizing.
Oh, weird.
Airlock pressurizing.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
Air pressure level decreasing. Airlock depressurizing.
Not more. It's the airlocks now, I think. Cockpit is still treated separately, okay.
Airlock pressurizing.
Oh, I see. There should be a AC unit on this side somewhere. I don't know how to relieve the pressure in this one.
Airlock depressurizing.
Maybe there's like 2 different compartments in there and the other compartment has the thing in it that I'm looking for. Okay. So I kind of just need to blow it out. Can I do that by just blowing a hole in the door, basically? Let's see what else I can do. Time. Okay. I see. Gotcha. Thanks. All right. Now we do the work.
All right, Cutter, wrap it up. You got about a minute left.
We talked about this a little bit last episode, I think, and in prior episodes in general, but I think it's really interesting to make a game that is about the way that wage labor is torture and the excesses of capital. But then, like, I guess cozy is not the right word. Cozy is what you would use to describe a game like Stardew Valley, but like there's a word for a game where it's like labor is the core loop. It's calming, it's chill. And it seems like they definitely kept things out of the story that would have made this stressful or frustrating, which I think I broadly agree with. I think, although it might tell the story more efficiently if, you know, once Hal shows up, you're actually having a bad time playing it. I think it's saying something whether it's on purpose or not, right? Like there should be joy in labor, and that labor is itself satisfying. It's the other stuff that's layered on top of it that makes it suck really bad, like when you need to do it to be alive and to eat food. Yeah, it's the gameplay loop is much more calm than everything that's happening around the gameplay loop, story-wise.
Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you do, you will be successful.
Right.
The dock is
Yeah.
in, and it's time for some shipoplasty. Looks like a chronic case of overachievement.
Circuits.
A flawless
I don't know what they could do to make you feel the anger at being exploited, right? I guess they try to do a lot with like the UI of showing you your debt constantly, like how much money you made versus how in the hole you are. That does a pretty good job, but still, it's like you're playing the game of your own free will, even though you're just working all the time. So I don't really need anything. I may as well start picking stuff up just to pick it up, I suppose. Yeah, because I'm like floating in links tokens and I'm not using them at all. Oh, those ones are expensive. Okay, let's see. So I need a circuit now. Oh, that's interesting. But is it even possible to defeat your debt? I feel like they made it mathematically impossible.
9000. Have a nice day.
Tethers do I have right now?
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Finally, I own my own equipment. I'm my own boss. Except not.
Airlock depressurizing.
Okay. So, probably looking for a door into the crawl space somewhere. Go. Or somebody's played the game enough to repay their debt. Might be a nacelle. Oh, that's funny. They just didn't expect anybody to do it. Imagine that's like many hundreds of hours of play. I think one of my favorite things about this game is a very substantial mechanical risk that they took, and it's that you should just pay to restock your fuel O2 and tethers every single time and just ignore the fact that there's a listed cost. I think the game could have removed the cost or had a character say like, yeah, it doesn't matter. But I think the player needs to calculate it doesn't matter. Like I am enslaved to this company forever. It's really important for the art to work, even though it's a risk. I think someone was talking in Discord about trying this game out and being really frustrated about trying to like minimize spending money on tethers. And even chronic, never wants to spend resources person in video games, was like, doesn't matter. You're a slave of the company. Just press the button every time. The debt's a meaningless number. It's a useful fiction to your employers. Pretend like you're not a slave. Here since they're here anyway. Whatever order you do these in, they get harder each time, faster. I see. I need more demo charges.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
Let's see. That's oxy.gen.
Thank you for your purchase. Have a nice day.
Yeah, I feel like the first time I used demo charges, I only had to use like a couple of them. I use a lot of them now. Good. pretty satisfying. This ship seems substantially harder than some of the other ships that have 5 pips on it. Definitely made sense why the Gecko was as huge as it is, because it gives you so many points. Okay. All barge. Yeah, you probably need like 1 or 2 more pips at the top.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit registered.
All right. This is your 5-minute warning, Cutter. 5 minutes left. We were out.
Back to doing cut points for a second.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Yeah, I would like a scanner that shows me contiguous pieces and a thing that says if you junk everything currently connected to this, or like the dollar value of everything currently connected to the thing you're looking at, right? So it'll show you furnace, barge, and processor values. I think that information is available to the game. Me personally, that would help me a lot to vibe with the game faster. I think you're kind of informally learning to do little calculations like that all the time. Like, is it worth me trying to pull pieces out of this and then throw it in the processor? It seems like in general the answer is chuck it in the barge. Stuff that's bargeable is worth so much more than everything else, even the processor stuff. You should only really process stuff if it like absolutely has to be processed. If it's like a huge contiguous piece that's not connected to anything else, like you may as well. That's still connected.
Valuable component lost. Please be more careful.
I think I got confused. That's supposed to go on the barge. Whoops. Oh. Bummer.
That's 1 minute left on the clock, Cutter. 1 minute left.
That's radiation filter, which is, in a word, annoying. Check the thruster. Yes, yes, I know. If the sticker's name comes from the slight pain from touching the beam right before total vaporization of the
Hello,
body.
Shipbreaker. Overnight genetic backup complete. Pattern deviation nominal. Have a good day.
Okay. So I need a circuit, right? Yeah. It isn't on the ship I'm currently on, sadly.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase. Have a nice day.
I should have repaired my cutter. Oh well. Interesting choice, only ever lets you repair in the hab. Okay, how we doing? That big annoying piece still to deal with. And one more normal cut point. Try to pull this out. Okay, I've had problems with that in the past. That is a barge thing.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay. Alright, all the cut points have been dealt with, so let's try to do everything else now. This guy is worth 12,000 for the processor, and then is there anything worth barging in it? Thought I saw something maybe. I do have to cut this up so I can get this ring thing off of here, which is kind of annoying.
Processing valuable deposit. Credit transferred.
Connected on at least one side. I hate this tool. I know it's predictable once you're very used to it, but I cannot get myself used to it for whatever reason. Okay. Now, in theory, I just drag that crap with it, but guess not. Oh, no, it is. Fine by me. I guess I could separate it out if I wanted to try to. But it's like worth nothing. I think literally the time spent looking at it, even thinking about it, is time wasted. It's fine. Okay, what else we got going on over here?
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Salvage goal achieved. Reward
Said it didn't matter, but I did it anyway. Oh, it's a piece of ion ring I didn't do yet. That's still processor.
object. Applying credits to account.
There's a exterior airlock console. It's worth more than that whole frame on its own.
Secured. Credits awarded.
Oh, hold on. It says the power generator on it. This is the thing you were talking about.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred it if they had kept it to having... Oh, shit. No! Fuck. Pulled that off, I guess.
Salvage
Yeah, I
deposit
lost the wall
confirmed.
terminal.
Applying
Brutal.
credits.
And the seat. I see.
Valuable object processed.
Oh, there it is. I see.
Deposited.
Didn't pick any up. Miss any obvious objects here? I don't think so.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Let's not do that. So the ECU's in here. So is this another thing where I could try to send this entire guy into the barge, basically? I guess the outer ring can't remove.
Salvage goal ring. Rewards assigned.
Yeah. Okay. The problem is the nanocarbon's like a ring, so to separate it out, I guess I would just have to take out all the bargeable stuff like the reactor, and then process the rest of it. Yeah, I was thinking about splitting them.
Got about 5 minutes left in this ship cutter. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Weaver out.
Oh, shit. I think we're still okay. I have to pull it out and then pick it up? Okay, my bad. I'm working on it. Hold on.
Reactor meltdown sequence triggered. Urgent action
Coming at
required.
this from a bad angle. I don't know if I can actually get it out of there. I thought I could before. Like how your character gets freaked out while the meltdown is happening. Nice touch.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Because they're super annoying. Like, if I don't get this, I'm just gonna abandon the fourth pip. I might fail it here anyway, just turning these guys in. Oh, I see.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage goal obtained.
At least I got 3. Don't get stuck on the fucking basket, you guys.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Caution. Tether supply depleted.
Already basically stuck.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
Oh, that way it's so slow. Can I disconnect it?
Time is winding down, Cutter. Dig deep. Let's finish strong.
I can get it out of there very easily. Oh, I'm getting processed.
Credits awarded. Salvage
No, it's
goal
fine.
failed. Rewards voided.
Didn't get it out in time. Save by the end of my shift. Doo-doo.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
It was fine. Someone came and rescued me at the last second.
New
Gold
certification
seal.
level awarded. License upgraded.
I guess the MP per segment was pretty good.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx mandates a maximum of 8 hours of sleep. Any extra sleep
Seas
time
get
will be docked
degrees.
from the next pay cycle.
Ghost ships. Colloquialism, Lynx takes no responsibility for any non-corporeal entities encountered aboard these vessels. We're not legally required to ascertain. All vessels, previously Lynx owned or otherwise, void their ownership rights if uninhabited for 3 days. It's funny. Gecko Stargazer. At this time, I can't confirm if the Stargazer model has a fault in his atmosphere control system.
Cutter, I want to check in with you about Hal. Listen, back round where I grew up, you cross paths with all kinds of critters. Possums, coyotes, bears. And once in a while, you find yourself nose to nose with a bobcat. Bobcat's an unpredictable creature. The scared one, just as likely to fight tooth and nail as it is to scamper away. Now, Hal is terrified of not measuring up to the rest of us, failing, losing his status, and he's fixing for a fight, driven by that fear inside him. Thing is, Bobcat's just another animal. Hal, he's only human. You understand?
I like Weaver.
You can reason with him. So, I'm working on taming our local wildcat. Stay strong.
Managing the boss. Something I've definitely experienced many times, right? I feel so bad for anyone who has to work for any of Elon Musk's companies, right? That is basically the majority of their labor is fucking managing him. Okay, and he's not even a middle manager, he just acts like one. Stuff that's 16. I like the bit about it releases gamma radiation and amounts lower than your yearly working allowance. Durability is becoming kind of annoying on this one, so I'm going to take some upgrades just to not have to think about it as much. Okay, so need a circuit. There is one on the Stargazer, hazard level 8. Stargazer is probably the most interesting thing since I've never seen one before, right?
Man, don't know about all of you, but ghost ships really creep me out.
I mean, they're not really ghost ships, Kai. Just some malfunctioning AI. Nothing to be afraid of.
I'm not so sure. They give me a really weird feeling, especially with that high-pitched scream when you cut them.
Wait. What scream?
Yeah, like, you know, when you cut them.
What are you talking about?
I'm really confused right now. You're not hearing this? Are you messing with me?
I swear. Kai, we're not messing with you.
You're hearing it too, Cutter, right?
Just a lot of superstition around these things. Like Lou said, just a pile of old AI tech. Nothing more.
They didn't have to do that, but I don't like when it's not cleanly destroyed. So it'll be called a ghost ship. Yoki solar batteries.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Really like the view of the Earth. Climate change
Salvage
affecting it.
deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Everything we just put up with the apocalypse. Mankind's ability to normalize anything is extremely horrifying. I think we've had centuries of fiction authors who were not able to really imagine how
Salvage secured.
much people can tolerate. I need to find that hypernormalization documentary. I have source amnesia for it now. It was a really interesting story about how near the collapse of the Soviet Union, you had this sort of like hypernormalization effect where everybody was just dealing with the fact that things were collapsing around them, but they like still had to eat and go to work and like live their lives. I think the TV show Atlanta kind of explores a similar idea where Atlanta, Donald Glover described it as Black Twin Peaks, where it's like the state of being black in America is itself surreal because you're constantly being told that reality works one way, and then your lived experience is always contrary to that, but people expect you to not comment on how your lived experience is completely contrary to the way you're being told things are supposed to work, right?
Airlock depressurizing.
It's really well presented. The show's really funny and really good too. But I feel like we're going to start to experience that more and more as we start dealing with climate change. There's that famous Twitter post that's like, you know, way you're going to experience climate change is you're going to see videos of it affecting people's houses. They're going to get closer and closer to you until it's affecting you. They have civilization-ending apocalypses every so often, and people just accept it at some point every few generations. They get blasted into the Stone Age and have to pick up the pieces. It's cool. Yeah, I was always really attracted early on to art that was about, you know, the extremely fantastical, and yet everyone kind of treated it as though it was banal and normal. Fuck Joss Whedon, he kind of is a shitty person, but he was pretty good at that with like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and a lot of the other stuff he's worked on. It's kind of an understanding that you're not going to treat this stuff with like profundity or reverence once you've been living with it for more than even just a few days. Honestly, it becomes routine. Definitely all experienced that with COVID firsthand. There was a short little window there when it disrupted the status quo right at the beginning of lockdown where there was this kind of like sense that like, you know, maybe things will fundamentally change because of this. You will band together. And then, nope, everybody circled the wagons and they figured out a way to say that you should sacrifice your grandma for the economy or whatever. It's kind of like my last bastion of like mental health, my last resistance buff against the constant psychic damage that I'm taking all the time. For a long time I kind of believed in a, you know, like a Watchmen theory of humanity, that if only we have like an alien invasion or something, that will bring us all together finally, and that will
Airlock depressurizing.
change the status quo, but I no longer believe that after COVID. I think we can normalize literally anything. These guys off. I honestly think we should study. How do I put this? This is a thing that just occurred to me, so I haven't thought on how to articulate it. I've talked a lot about what I've called the willing suspension of nihilism when you're playing video games. In Dan Olson's video about why it's rude to suck at Warcraft, he calls it the magic circle. I guess there's a lot of literature about it calling it the magic circle. This idea that like you imbue an activity with temporary meaning that everybody agrees to pretend like it matters. But obviously you only have to do that for games, right? You have to do that when like you play soccer or something. Everyone has to agree that the rules of soccer matter. But I think maybe that applies more broadly to like everything. Okay, I need a circuit, so go ahead and just pull that. It's fine.
Raw material accepted.
It's tough to find circuits. I think I'm just gonna pull the other one here. That's a substantial money loss, but I guess it's not that bad given the total value of the ship.
Material accepted. Credits
Whoa. Oh, fuck.
All right,
Oops.
Cutter. You got about 5 minutes to fill your boots.
I was forgetting something. I was like, I was in the ship, but
We're out.
yeah, that could have ended up much worse for me, I guess. I guess I destroyed an atmospheric regulator by accident. See if I can find any other ones, though.
Airlock pressurizing.
I guess my point is, I wonder if we can study the way that people generate meaning when they're playing games, right? Whether it's video games or board games or sports or whatever, and try to apply that more to generating meaning when we're like deciding whether laws matter, whether norms matter. Because I think there's this sort of expectation in society that we've built that, well, they matter, because they actually matter, because it's like intrinsic to reality that laws matter and that rules matter and that norms matter. But I think it's all a game that we're playing. And I think a lot of people have figured out that they can just ignore the rules of soccer, right? They can just go up to the goalie and punch him in the face, and it turns out nothing's going to stop them from doing that. Really struggle to find these things. Maybe it's already too late. I guess I could try blowing a door. I don't think there's any one of these scanners that can help me to find it more easily. I'm looking for the atmospheric regulator. Maybe I should just go outside the ship and blow a hole in the side of it. But if it's too explosive, then it can actually like damage components, right? Instead of just being blown around.
Airlock depressurizing.
They are, okay. Box with line through it in the scanner. Oh, okay. But not in the corridors in the lab? Yeah, I don't really... There's not like an obvious place where I can go to try to blow it out. Guess I could try to find a door to one of those sections and try to destroy the door, maybe? They mentioned in the lore for the ship that it has issues with the AC. Right, so like, that's just... Well, that's an airlock console. Try to zap it from outside, maybe, to minimize the damage. That's where more range would be helpful.
This is your one-minute warning, Cutter. Don't be a hero, alright?
Okay, so there's cockpit and crew left. Oh god. Thanks. Wonder what caused the fire when I blew out the airlock. Electrical fire, maybe? Church of the Machine God. I want to see the Church of the Machine God loading tips. Those are cool.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have
Uh-oh.
one incoming transmission waiting.
Hey,
Okay.
Rook.
Not Hal.
What's going on, huh? I hope you're doing okay. I've been checking in on the others, too. Everyone's pretty spooked right now. You know, I've been wondering if it'd be better for me to keep my head down. I've been fighting
Oh.
my whole life. And, well, I'm tired. And I can't tell how much I'm risking myself.
I feel like it's this kind of just general malaise and exhaustion that is one of the things that Capital is really good at exploiting in people.
I'm the only one trying. Maybe it's not worth all the energy and risk.
The working class represent so many more people than the capitalists, but all of us are enervated constantly.
Anyway, I'll let you get some rest. See you in the yard. Blue out.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people dream of great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make it happen.
The thing that frightens me is that if an alien civilization were to encounter the Earth and catalog us, that they would catalog capitalism as an organism, like an intelligence that exists within our society, that is like any other intelligence interested in, you know, its own survival and reproduction. What's it say? Lynx used its vast influence to push through the Phobos incident controversy. Exeter Paulson is totally not Elon Musk. Oh, hi, Marty. You're not a graceful kitty, Marty.
Hi, don't worry. Dr. Shippy's here to fix your ship right up. My prognosis is your ship will be awesome in no time. Your ship's vitals are improving.
Distributors, heat sinks, and circuits. Okay, I'm glad I grabbed the extra circuits I did. Hopefully there's still more to get on the one I'm at right now. It's scary to think about the way capital essentially acts through its thralls. You know, it, through the
Thank you for your purchase. Have a nice day.
pressures and incentives placed upon participants in our economic system, things just sort of naturally move into place to calcify things, to like stop things from changing, to ensure that this is the only system. And there's never an individual person or even a group of individuals or like a country or anything that are deliberately, you know, steepling their fingers and sitting in a smoke-filled room planning how they're going to make sure that the world stays capitalist forever. It's just it's a system that wants to lock itself in, and so automatically generates little, you know, nano pressures across everybody in society to make sure that it can't be stopped. That's really fucking scary to think about. Worry that something like that might be true. Heat sink. Well, I need a heat sink. Maybe I shouldn't have pulled that. Maybe that was a mistake. Try to find the fuses. Is that the ECU all the way over here? No kidding. Okay, so it doesn't zap forever, I see. Probably start working on cut points now. Hydroponics cabinet. Oh, I do like the science vessel. That's kind of cool. So this one's like extra important to barge, it seems like. Okay, we should be done with the block problem now. Crew quarters look like they suck. I think it's like the conditions necessary for capitalism to actually finish collapsing is for conditions to become so bad that either revolution happens. I'm very skeptical about the possibility of revolution ever occurring with how shitty everyone's lives are and how much they have to stake by risking even just doing like a general strike, right? Not even like a violent revolution, just not going to work for a week is not viable for a very large percentage of the world population. But even just like raw system collapse, just like, you know, logistics networks failing, important sources of rare resources becoming inaccessible due to damage from climate change. Like, I don't know that there is a load-bearing thing that can just cause the whole thing to fall apart at once. And there's been a lot of fiction written about, like, what if somehow, I don't know how this could possibly be possible without it being like a Deus Ex kind of fantasy story, but like, what if the internet was just destroyed forever? Could we recover from that? Would people normalize it? I worry the answer is yes. I feel like we model capitalism as a kind of organism, a kind of artificial intelligence that like that we as humans have created, that one of its core objectives is bringing quality of life to the minimum tolerable state and just like iterating slowly towards making things just microscopically worse every instant of every day. Yeah, exactly. That's a scary thing to think about, that like a substantial percentage of the resistance toward like providing houses for homeless people or providing better benefits for unemployed people is that the system kind of needs homeless people and it needs unemployed people for everything to work. The concept of the homeless being a sort of like relatively new historical phenomenon is something that I think is difficult for a lot of people to wrap their heads around, because you imagine stories about there being beggars on the street or what have you, but a systemic group of homeless people where it's actually kind of illegal to just go and build a shed somewhere. Yeah, and I think part of the problem is it's such an abstract concept to try to wrap your head around. I think there are a lot of people who have been immersed in being depressed about this for years, and if you tell them, I kind of think of capitalism as an organism or as like an almost artificial intelligence, that acts through its thralls and its avatars. A lot of people will kind of understand what you're getting at, but like I feel like the main way you could communicate that idea is through art. But it's really hard to make art about systemic problems, right? You almost necessarily have to tell the story through the viewpoint of an individual, but it's like this has nothing to do with individuals, right? This is like a hive mind thing. I think we look at animals like ants and bees or whatever, and we understand that there's kind of an almost hive consciousness at work there. But we're so obsessed with our like vision of individualism and personal responsibility, it's difficult for us to imagine that we're susceptible to becoming like that. Maybe always have been, but especially now with how connected everyone is, how quickly knowledge and politics can disseminate. Yeah. Don't want to die. Do I know that this ship has fuses? I still need ion coils. I can't review the like... Oh, here we go. Oh, but this doesn't tell me what's specific to the ship. It's only when you select it for the shift. If it has a spicy Dorito, it has fuses. Okay. I love using the word spicy in that way. Spicy rocks for nuclear material. Maybe it's not destined to be this way in every reality. Maybe if a different economic and social system was in place at the development of the internet, that whatever that system was would be the one that like calcifies. I think we can like broadly understand that there are some animals who can, you know, see in the dark, or it can echolocate, and that we can develop technology that causes us to have capabilities similar to those animals, but I don't think we've really reckoned with what the internet has done to everyone's mind and our species as a whole. Pretty magical in that brief period before Capital really knew what to do with it. End scarcity and all that. At least in one realm of our lives. Even that kind of feels like a cosmic accident. It's like, well, it just happens that Tim Berners-Lee and a bunch of other early internet pioneers were anarchist adjacent nerds, right? So you said the fuses are always on the outside of the inner hull, and that's on every ship. That's not just a gecko thing. Okay, try to track that down in a bit. Right. I was just curious, just is the rule I can remember in the future, even though I know it's applicable on this ship. Kind of frightening how huge this ship is. You can start to really process it once you've taken it apart like this. Sure, whatever's in that crate is just fine. Bit on cut points? It might be.
Credit applied.
Okay.
Object accepted for processing. Credit deposited.
One minute left till the end of the line, Cutter. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
You have one chance to pull that out smoothly, and if you don't, you're about to have a bad day, basically. I think I can just get it out here. Okay. Oh, come on. No, motherfucker. Okay, saved it. If you max your grapple strength, does it come anywhere close to the strength of tethers? I guess that's a trick question because the strength of tethers is based on how long the tether is, right? Hauntings are not covered in the Lynx insurance plan.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. The greatest reward in life is the chance.
Hi, it looks like you're trying to operate on your ship. Would you like help with that?
One circuit, one distributor, one heatsink. I see. Heatsink, circuit, no distributor.
Welcome to Vindatron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. deposited. Applying credit to account.
Goes in the barge. I see. But the tether is still going to be like 20,000 at the high end. Right.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Yeah, this is where I wish I could see a value statement for everything connected to the thing I'm looking at, because I'm guessing when you just play off it enough, you're like, okay, this is the section of the ship that has like consoles and chairs and stuff in it, and you just get a better sense of that.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
This part is the cockpit? Question mark.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Maybe not.
Salvage goal cleared. Rewards
No,
allocated.
it is. So I have to be careful. These aren't connected, right? Like, this thing is just held there by friction right now. Let me see. Like, you have to, like, pull it way forward.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Ah, I see it coming off this time. Right, which is why I was having trouble before. Because I fucked with the angle early on. But if you just pull it straight immediately, it comes off cleanly, it looks like. Yeah, makes sense. Don't need wires.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
Oh, now that I have access, let me look for the fuses real quick.
Valuable object processed. Credits
That's a much
deposited.
easier way for me to find it. Okay. It's all the way back here. I like that scan range upgrade. That's pretty helpful. Now that I know that those get faster, I can deal with that more smartly, and then we're looking for the spicy Dorito somewhere. Is removing the fuses what causes the, use my words here. Removing the fuses what causes the ship to lose power, or do you have to remove the Dorito?
Salvage deposit accepted.
This whole thing should probably just go in the barge rather than pulling parts off of it. It's the Dorito. Okay. I thought I saw it indoors somewhere. This guy? Oh, I see. Always worth a good chunk of money. Yeah, it has the little like glass windows into some important things.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Yeah. Kind of like it. It feels different. It's my favorite design of ship so far, I think.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Object processed. Transferring credits.
Goes to the barge. It's currently somewhere super annoying. Okay.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
That guy might be in trouble.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Okay. Is this another one where it broadly makes sense to like cut the ship into little parts and then send the whole thing into the barge? Like the other gecko?
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
That's 5 minutes left on the clock, Cutter.
I'm working on it.
5 minutes remaining.
Salvage goal.
I'll give it a try.
Rewards allocated.
Those are worth enough to worry about, I don't think. Well, I guess they're worth a substantial amount compared to the value of the whole thing I'm sending into the processor. That's the problem.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Wish there was another barge above me.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage secured.
Another nice quality of life thing I think would be cool is if you hovered over an item, if it projected on the bar at the top of the screen how much of the bar it contributes. It tells you the dollar amount, but that dollar amount is like you're constantly having to adjust for how much it actually practically means as you get to new ships.
Salvage deposit registered.
Because if like you didn't even see it highlighted all, and you'd be like, oh, okay, that's garbage. I don't care. It's fine. Stuck on something? Oh, that's fucking annoying. It's trapped in there by this thing. Can I safely cut that now that I've ejected the... I think I can, right? Have a bad day.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credit awarded.
Tether supplies are low.
They're worth a lot, but I need... Probably I'm gonna need more of these ion things. Doesn't reduce the value that much.
Credits deposited.
Like that those act as thrusters on the thing.
Shit's almost done in the middle, Cutter. 1 minute left.
Secured. Applying credit.
What else we got out here still? Like something I like about this game is that it always feels like your task is impossible. Even after you cut all the cut points, you're like, oh my god, there's so much stuff I have to dump. But I think that the tethers are what make this game work. The fact that you can just fire and forget them is like amazing. Each time you fire a tether, you're like, oh my god, that's going to take forever to get in the basket. This is never going to be done. But you do that enough times and then get back to work. You don't realize how many pieces of the ship you're just kind of passively getting rid of. It's cool. Oh, he's running out of tethers. All right, that's fine. It's fine. Spark-free demolition charges can be removed from ship walls, but have been known to detonate prematurely. Yeah.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. All the team at Lynx would like to wish you a happy and productive day.
Hey there, I'm Shippy. I'm here to help you get this ship.
If I was able to get any of those in the ship, I must have already gotten all of them. Do a quick search for them here. Joke achievement for dying repeatedly by furnace.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you
Wires. Wires. Probably do need more wires, to be honest. To burn through a bunch of them in recent pulls.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
All wires, that's a fuse. I got plenty of fuses, wires. Yeah. Alright, so I should just try to barge the rest of this. I guess I should try to get... I'm trying to decide if I want to bother trying to deal with the reactor separately. I have easier access to it in this one. It's the ECU. Plan my life out here if possible. Right here, okay. So let me prepare to be able to grab this guy. Funny that glass is so expensive, but essentially impossible to recover, it feels like. Like the most expensive thing that goes into salvage, I guess.
Raw material deposited.
So we do that, and then hop over here. But we kind of have, I don't know if it can fit through this. Let's see. Yeah, I think it can. Should be able to fit through this opening. Go.
Reactor meltdown triggered. Action.
Yeah, the meltdown is averted when it goes in the barge is kind of funny. I don't know what else you could do. It's a good challenge to have to stress out about, I think. All right, no problem.
Applying credit to account.
How the fuck do I get this giant ass thing
Rewards assigned.
down into the barge? I'll just try to finish this shift. Whatever I do, and then I'll abandon it after that.
Salvage destroyed. Please revisit your training.
Yeah, most soft sci-fi thing in the game. Pretty necessary, I think. Okay with them abstracting things like that. 15,000. Okay.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Does seem to slowly be going. Is keel not? Guess it is held on there by friction right now. Okay, cool.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Third of the way to the whole chunk is a radiation containment unit. That's funny. Makes sense.
Salvage destroyed. Please revisit your training.
Cutting along the seam seems to work pretty well for me for whatever reason. So I actually want to go further down, but let's see what happens. I chop through that.
Salvage accepted. Credits applied.
This is the annoying part right here, I guess.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Where are we still connected here? This little thing? No. So this must be the problem you were talking about that I'm having right now. Maybe it's because of the reactor pipe? No, that
Salvage
wasn't it.
destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
Somewhere there's like a pixel of corner that's not destroyed, that's really hard to see. I see. I wonder where I fucked it up. Seems like it's completely disconnected now, but... Wait, I think I just got it. Okay.
We're looking at 5 minutes.
Annoying, but we got there.
Do what you do. We've
Oh,
arrived.
come on. It's not where that goes, but it wasn't worth anything anyway, so I don't really care. And that could technically go too, because it's 19K. It's slow. Will it make it there in 5 minutes with 5 or 6 tethers? I guess we'll see.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
I think it is slowly moving.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Does the barge have infinite depth? Like if something is deep in the barge and I can see it down there, can it block this from sinking further into it? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think I know what I did wrong last time that caused the problem. I wasn't perfect about following the seam.
Salvage destroyed. Don't do that.
Shut up. Here we go. And that one should be pulled more efficiently now because it weighs less, I guess.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
The radiation control unit is the big part of the problem there. I'm hoping that once it turns red, it just ignores collision after that point.
Salvage registered.
We're gonna get 8. That'd be nice. Nice.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
Well, first time getting an 8. And then we don't know what we're being penalized for that's in the barge because it doesn't deduct that until the round is over, so probably 9's impossible.
1 minute left on the clock.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase. Thank you for your purchase. Have a nice day. Welcome to Vintatron 9000.
Yes, return to the hab. Yeah, okay, so 9 was impossible. Gotcha. I feel pretty good about 8.
Hello, Shipbreaker. This is your morning wake-up call.
At least my salvage income is starting to at least compete with the fees, but it still doesn't matter.
The dock is in, and it's time for some shipoplasty.
Okay, distributor heatsink circuit. I want to check my workstation real quick. Whoops. Da, 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 da. Not having to worry about repairing this because it's the thing that breaks the most regularly. Scanner I use all the time too. You can only get 9 while barging aluminum if you make almost 0 mistakes in literally everything else. I see. Okay, so let's say it's a ghost ship. I don't see one on my list. Need distributor, heatsink, circuit. Heatsink and circuit. I'm not gonna get them all in one ship. That's okay. I guess I could slow things down for a second and just do a quick, easy one to get this distributor. Yeah, let me do that. Caustic Dream Explorer. Gotcha. Thanks. Doing big ships all day, and you kind of need a breather. Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize. Even when you like first encounter the big ships, it's hard to really grok how huge they are. So once you start taking it apart, you're like, oh my god. It's crazy. Okay, so I want... That's wires, which I'm not here for. The ship might still have a working AC unit. Is one of these scanner views the most useful for seeing the AC units? I guess there wouldn't be one in an area that's doesn't have any air, right?
Hello, stranger. I can say that because I'm pretty sure whoever finds this, well, I'm not gonna know you, and you won't know me.
I don't see any way to get into those compartments. I guess I just have to vent them.
I didn't really have anyone to miss because everyone I knew
Okay.
died in the Great Quake. The first one,
Oh,
the big one.
that's not right.
Still
Great
don't know how
Quake.
I survived. Guess I was lucky. So I thought, what the heck? Snagged the first ticket to Mars I could find. Started out as a janitor. Yeah.
Here it is.
Used to do it before the bots came in. And then one day, someone asked me if I knew how to cook.
Uh-oh.
I lied. Said yes. Felt bad for the poor bastards that had to eat my mistakes for the first couple of months. Well, turned out I was a pretty decent chef.
One of the things I can
Well, I didn't quite leave the
drain.
legacy I'd hoped. So few of us ever do, I guess. So I'm leaving this message to you.
You have to find a switch for it, right?
In the hopes that it helps you with yours. Just be kind, stranger. Be kind. I spent a lot of years angry with the world for everything
I see.
wrong in my life. When I should have been just
Gotcha,
thankful I had
thanks.
a life in the first place. Just be kind. Kindness has a way of coming
catch my
I like this voice log a lot.
Just be kind.
That was really nice, actually. I like that the data logs you can find are kind of like a way to peek outside of the veil of capitalism, right? I wish more people could just be kind. It's not that hard. Oh, okay, I see.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
There's the distributor. That's what we came here for. All good on fuses and wires, so I think we're good. Time to just do cut points, I guess. What's the max level required for the main story? Is it 20? Uh-oh. I just like barely clipped that earlier.
Salvage destroyed. Please pay attention.
Shut up, lady. Oh, I see. I kept holding the button for a few seconds. It's wild.
Salvage destroyed. Please revisit your training.
Because you just never want things that are flammable behind what you're cutting, just period. I guess it's nice that they didn't make it so that, like the sparks can light things on fire. They could have done that. They could have made Hardspace Shipbreaker extremely mean version. Release a version of the campaign called Class Struggle Mode, where you reinstitute a lot of fucked up shit, and as soon as Hal shows up, you're working on really brutal time limits. I feel like if you were willing to suspend the, like, cozy's not that, I keep wanting to say cozy, whatever you would call chill labor games, if you're willing to suspend that for this story, it would be cool to have a couple levels that are, like, physically impossible to do. And they yell at you as though you fucked it up, even though it wasn't doable. And that's flushing the fuel into the tank. I remember being confused on that for a while. That's interesting. So this is one you don't disconnect because it has a fuel flush thing for it. So now I don't need to worry about accidentally igniting one of the pipes in here. Yeah. I would use this, so I know it's like a few frames faster every time, but screwing up is just not worth. Even if I only screw up 1% of the time, it's not worth it to me. I think it's still spicy. Gotcha. I think we learned breaking up the pipe into parts is kind of pointless. This game has given me an appreciation for the purpose of crawl spaces. Yeah.
Gunner, there's 5 minutes remaining in this shift. Get in while the getting's good. Weaver out.
Now and then I'll pause and realize, like, controls for this game are actually kind of complicated. Like, not the actual buttons or anything, those are relatively straightforward, but the way you're kind of expected to use the sticks, I imagine, rules this game out for a lot of people who are not super proficient with controllers. Is it, how is it on mouse and keyboard? Imagine certain things are easier, but certain things are more annoying. Controllers are such an extension of my being that I infrequently think about like what my thumbs are doing, but I was suddenly just made aware of my thumb. I'm like, holy shit, I'm doing a lot that's very subtle all the time. Yeah. Console-ish game. One of my things that makes me very sad about Outer Wilds is that I have a lot of friends who are not proficient enough with video games to be able to enjoy that game because the ship mechanics stress them out. It'd be cool if they could do some kind of like autopilot update to that game. It's like that's by far the least interesting thing about Outer Wilds. But it's a substantial obstacle to people's enjoyment.
Account credited.
Yeah, I guess mouse and keyboard is you just have like 2 roll buttons and a brake button and then a forward and back button. I guess strafing. I really like brake being push both sticks in. That feels really good. QE for roll. Oh, a mouse. Okay. How do you brake? I'd almost want that to be on like space or something. It's really important. Control. Okay, like crouch. That makes sense.
Salvage secured.
Looking like you got about a minute left, Cutter. 1 minute remaining.
You can't brake and then immediately not be having any movement input at all. Oh, sure. Yeah, I see what you mean. Let me get in there. Yeah. I sometimes get the sense in some video games that mouse and keyboard controls are too precise, where it kind of like takes me out of it. It's rarely a thing I care about. Like, being immersed is, I guess unsurprisingly, because I'm streaming and my base immersion level is lower than everybody else's. Not something that I've grown to care about in the last 10 years, but because of the brake input. And
Good morning, Cutter.
I guess maybe it depends on
Time to
controller
begin your
too.
workday.
The Xbox Series controller has much better sticks for actually like getting them to the dead zone and pushing them into brake. Yeah, it's a pretty helpful button.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Wasn't expecting the Series controller to be that much of an improvement on the Xbox One controller, but it was definitely worth picking up, I think. Shit. Definitely worth picking up, I think.
Material accepted. Credits transferred. Processing valuable deposit. Credits
Ship's just a
transferred.
little baby. Doesn't have any money. And disconnected the nacelles yet. Nacelles. Nacelles. Another door that goes into the opposite crawl space. Hold on. Oh, but I can get in there anyway? How the fuck? Like a door on the outside? Yeah, exactly. How the hell do I get in there? Yank the nose or the tail away to get to them. Okay. I guess I should be able to pull that guy. Thanks. It's a baby reactor. These reactors are literally just pull it and then throw it in the barge before it melts down. Oh, that's cool. A Nintendo GameCube.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I really like the tier 2 reactor. I think they could have come up with a bunch of different things. I guess they already have a decent number of them with the fuses and the radiation filters and the different tiers of reactor. But none of them are like too complicated, I think. Yeah. Fucking hell. Some people's howls.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Disconnect those finally? I didn't. Fuck. Those also annoying to get to? They might be. Oh, I didn't spot them when I was here before. Thing down there. Filter. We're on the other side of this wall. Yeah, I've been in there before. Oh, okay. Right, so you, sir, go to the barge. Oh, I didn't understand that. Hold on. So via this thing? Now it's disconnected, presumably. Okay, thank you. Did not appreciate that.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
And once again, a thing that showed me contiguous pieces would be really great. Yeah, I would agree. It would make sense.
registered. Account credited.
Things in here I don't want going in processor. Nothing, that's fine actually. Don't get caught on the rim of the basket, please. Again, that made you back into these controls are complicated. Was Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, there's a lot going on in that game.
Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
It's not apparent immediately. Mm-hmm.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
All right, what else we got here? Is this the thing that's full of barge shit? Yeah. All right, sir, you go in the barge. Want to spend time on you.
Cutter, if you're fixing to dot the I's and cross the T's, you got about 5 minutes to do it. Leave her out.
It's just a processor piece that's safe.
Salvage registered. Transferring
We should
credit.
projected points lost from stuff being in the barge.
Accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Oh, is that connected actually? Hold on. A cut point that I missed. Okay. Oops. Rest of this housing might all be furnace.
Accepted. Credits awarded.
Generally end this map after.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Time runs out here. See if I can. Probably can't squeeze out 4. I think there's too much value to reclaim here. For 3.5 minutes.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage secured.
This in the barge.
Applying credit.
Is there barge? I guess there is bar. There are bargeables in there, aren't there? Okay. Don't get stuck in the fucking.
Credits awarded. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I guess
Salvage
not.
deposited. Applying credit to account.
Worth a try.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
I guess once I do that, can I then throw it in the furnace?
Salvage
Be kind of
deposit
funny.
registered. Account credited.
Or does it remove it from the barge? Can't extract credited barge items. Okay. Oh, I did get 4. All right, nice. Let's get out of here.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Ah, I see.
1 minute left, Cutter.
Professional.
Certification level has been achieved. License level increased.
Civil unrest, extreme poverty, and a hostile climate make Earth an unpopular destination for the modern solar tourist.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
Gecko salvage runner. Cargo bays may contain salvage that is unstable or hazardous. While we're replacing our legal team with an outside firm, I'll personally handle the whistleblower report that salvage runners have an engineering flaw which can cause a catastrophic reactor meltdown. Yeah, exactly. Me personally. I guess they do a good job of highlighting that. Like the value to the company. Something that requires level 17. Start doing durability for quality of life reasons.
Hi, it looks like you're trying to upgrade on your ship. Would you like
Heatsink
help with
and
that?
circuits. Okay, so that guy's done. Still don't have a ghost ship, right? But Gecko Cargo is new. I guess the salvage runner is new, right? But I need a circuit and a heatsink. I have one option that has both, so go with that. Do these guys again.
Kai,
This is the one with
watch out
the
now. You don't
dangerous
want to be a touch more
thruster
delicate.
thing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Kato, what in the hell are you doing?
I'm so sorry, Mr. Rhodes, sir.
Okay, Kato, please stop.
I just want to not have to think about that anymore.
From you. You have received full shipbreaker training, right?
Yes, I have. These ships they're different. They're more complicated.
So you want to be trained on every single ship that might possibly show up in the yard?
Correct, Hal.
What about just basic problem-solving skills? Honestly, Kato, I'm a little surprised you're even here.
God, I hope we can fucking kill him.
In management, we have a say. Disagree and commit. You can disagree with a decision, but you must commit once it's been made. I may say
Never disagree.
with your place here, Kato, but you are a Lynx shipbreaker, and I am committed to that. Are you committed, Kato?
Yes. Yes, I
I
am.
want to kill him so bad.
What are you waiting for? Get back in there and try it again.
Arrest this guy. You know what? No, kill this guy. Kill these guys, please. The credit drive. Drop in the ocean. Okay, good. Let's deal with pressure. Try to find an AC unit. It's a powered junction box. Well, so that's not happening.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Okay. I already have like, because it just gives you a fuse, right? And I have tons of those, so. Super worried about that. All good now? All right, let's go. So is finishing the ship doctor, like, does it trigger credits? Is it the end of the game as soon as you do that, or are there other conditions that have to happen? I thought that was like one of the conditions. Oh. Oops. Haven't had that happen before. I think it didn't affect the reactor. Filter. Yeah. Oh shit, again. I've been seeing those. Suit's still okay, I guess.
Thank you for your purchase. Have a nice day.
secured. Applying credit.
Guy here. Oh yeah, get the circuit. Good. Are there any other coolant tanks near here? Okay, just that one. They're like hiding. I think it would be cool to have, like, you did your class struggle mode, to have a bunch of just like OSHA violations everywhere, just like place things that you were basically guaranteed to explode something behind it, or like paint things so that they blend in with the environment unnecessarily. Have a Nintendo GameCube.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
This game is like almost optimistic about an anarcho-capitalist future, that there'd be this much signage. I guess at some point the corporation is gonna like want to keep their employees from dying because it costs them money. It does mention that a couple times. I thought I got all of the... Guess not.
You got 5 minutes remaining in your shift, Cutter. 5 minutes. Weaver out.
I can deal with this. Or this is like a cube, not a flat square like an actual filter.
Salvage registered. Transferring credit.
So when the story unlocked the ability for ships to have radiation filters, did it add them onto older ships that didn't have them the first time I unlocked those ships? It's a, like a possible thing that can roll on them, basically.
Credit applied.
I thought when they said that, it was like, okay, now ships can have that. Oh yeah. Gotcha. That makes sense.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Was there anything I could do in advance to make this process a little bit safer? I forgot. I have to like fly in there and then pull a switch before I burn to death, right? Okay, so coming at it first is the right idea here. Or early, at least.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I see.
Credit deposited.
Okay, so it's like I have to do all 4 of these cut points and then fly in there and pull the switch, or one of the cut points and then I can, that's what lets me get to the switch.
You got about 1 minute till the yard goes dark, Cutter.
Yeah, let's not do it now. All 4, okay. I remember it being nerve-wracking. I think that's one of my favorite things on the whole game, and I wish there was more, like, obviously fucked up stuff. I'm guessing there are people who play this game who hate that that's not able to be done perfectly safely. That's right. I remember doing that. Because it actually needs to be pulled out in order for you to fit in there. Thanks. Oh, they covered a point here. That's funny. Wow. No, I think the game should have like a dozen more things that are like that. I guess while it was in early access, it had no story to speak of, right? So.
Cutter 9346-52. Your designated sleep period is now over. Have a great day.
Hey there, I'm Shippy. I'm here to help you get this ship healthy again.
Okay, so I can place this safely. I didn't realize that this was was basically on the last step. I can place this safely and it's not gonna like trigger credits or something. I just have to, credits will trigger whenever I meet the other conditions. Atlas class was the last one they added. We've gotten really used to being 100% consistent and safe with everything. Ship is gate ready.
You got this ship on life support. I formally award you with the title of Junior Ship Surgeon.
Cool. There's one about being kind. Just be kind. I like that their vision of a post-apocalyptic Earth is, like there'd be some obvious things you could do. You could just show it in flames. Just that a lot of it is underwater, basically. All right, so now I am free of having to care about parts at all. Anything purple is completely pointless now. Very exciting.
I hope you're rested there, Kato. Don't want to repeat it yesterday.
I'm going to kill you, Hal.
Mr. Rhodes?
Let's practice some on-the-fly problem solving. Go get that reactor.
Yeah.
Is he gonna die?
But this reactor is so different.
Uh-oh. The game was about to crash.
Say about disagree and commit. Commit to the reactor.
God, he's so bad.
Yeah.
He's so perfectly written.
I just need a minute.
Don't rush now, Kai. Don't mess it up 2 shifts in a row.
Okay. Okay, I got it.
No, you don't. Damn it, Kato.
Back out of there. Quick, Lack. It's melting down.
Oh, shoot! I'm sorry.
Fellas, you just vaporized a highly valuable object.
He wasn't ready. You've been pushing my crew too far.
Tell him, Weaver.
We cannot have insufficient training.
You
of our
just
team.
said. You just said.
You're the one breaking protocol.
Yeah.
Taking a shift training.
Don't talk to me about protocol.
Motherfuckers, man.
Bill for screw-ups like this.
I'll be more careful next time. You can just add this to my debt.
Oh, I already have, kid. Now, I want you to punch out so you and I can have a one-on-one discussion.
Punch out
Yes, sir.
for a meeting.
The rest of you can carry on. Kato and I need to talk.
Please fucking kill him. Oh my god. It's like he's not even like the real evil underpinning everything, right? Like
Credits deposited.
he's middle management. He's doing what his owners tell him to do. But it's so bad, right? The true believers. I've definitely had that exact experience of somebody instructing me not to do something,
Transferring credits.
me knowing that we're gonna get fucked for it and sending a cover my ass email to confirm in writing that they wanted me to do it, and then as soon as we got in trouble for it, having to come back to my cover my ass email and be like, you told me not to do this, like don't act like we're untrained for any reason other than you saying we shouldn't be trained. Yeah. Oh, don't do that actually. Or it is that they exist to
Deposit secured.
insulate
Applying
the
credit.
bigwigs from consequences of their own decisions. Very sneaky. Skip back on this. I probably disassembled this too much, but what are you gonna do?
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Okay, my lifetime's probably good enough now.
Thruster fuel system breach. Interior unstable.
Yeah, exactly. And that structure is like fractal, right? Because then you get your call center that exists to absorb that hatred. All right, let's see.
Muster systems brief. Detecting elevated volatility.
This is my favorite thing in the whole game. I think this is really good. It'd be fine if, like, the first half of the game was all safe stuff with Weaver, and then as soon as Hal's introduced, you're always doing shit like this. Even frame it as like a reward for for good performance. Quasar thruster.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage registered.
Nastiest thing is done. Oh, that's a cool idea. I think tethers are a lot easier to do precisely with a mouse and keyboard. Of course.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
This one's really likely to get stuck in the edge of the basket. Oh, I see.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Didn't realize I missed a thing here.
Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Fuck! I've seen that coming. Okay, I was probably gonna bail after this working day anyway and move on to a new ship.
Valuable object processed. Credit awarded.
Thank you for your purchase.
Tether supplies dropping.
Should have got more tethers while I was there. Shit.
All right, Cutter. You got 5 minutes left in this ship before they turn the lights out on you. Pitter patter.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
Well, try to just dump this guy down in the barge. You're not kidding about that radiation housing being heavy as fuck. Wow. If the tethers get stronger with distance, should I try to like put them to the far end of the barge where possible? Well, tanks are probably worth more altogether.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Front and back ones fighting each other. I see. Yeah, it's the kind of thing I don't have a good physical intuition for. I get really screwed on anything that requires that sort of physical intuition, unfortunately. And not have a good public school education. Just trying to... Oh, this guy, you mean? The thermal spreader?
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I guess I could cut this thing up, right? Ah, so distinguish it from the item heatsink that you can pick up. Try cutting this off. Time might actually become a problem. I thought this was gonna pull in and okay, but...
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
1 minute left, Cutter. If you got something cooking, now's the time to plate it and bring it to the table.
Salvage
I think I could do it in a
deposit
minute.
Credits transferred.
Just want you to get to 3, please.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage
Got it.
secured.
Okay, that's all I care about.
Credit applied.
Maybe possible to get 4 or 2, but I'm fine with not getting it.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. This is your daily wake-up call.
Cutter, I need to talk. Kaido's been up here going on 2 years now. Kid can't hit the broadside of a gecko.
Yeah, it was weird.
You've seen how he is. But you know what? You tell him, Kai, you need to scan before you cut. And he says, yes, sir, I will. And you have that conversation 100 times. And you know that every time he says that, yes, sir, I will, you know he means it. Did I put him in this position? Should I have set him on his way years ago? 22 years with Lynx. Don't even know what a lame old dog like me would do other than this.
Poor guy.
I'm blabbering on. What I wanted to say, Cutter, but the Bobcat and whatnot, yeah, I may be wrong about that.
Oh.
Weaver out.
Okay. Gecko. This is a ghost ship because it's unknown. Should do that one then. Yeah, right. I think we're gonna have to kill the Skyweaver. Damn.
Morning, folks. Let's focus in and have a productive day now.
Kai, you good?
Yep. Cairo and I had a real good heart-to-heart yesterday.
Hmm.
Right, Kai?
Yeah. All good.
So, what's the punishment? Docked pay, former write-up, no sugar cubes for a month?
Nothing. No punishment. Kai and I just needed to talk mano a mano.
Uh-huh.
What does that even mean?
Keep mouthing off, Diner, and you'll find out.
Okay. Well, I'm glad y'all figured it out. Let's just get back to work. Now, Cutter, I was gonna mention these. You see those weird nodes? Lynx doesn't want them, and they don't seem to respond to any method of deactivation. You got 2 ways of dealing with them. 1, you burn them up with your cutting tool on the spot. Or 2, you chuck them in the furnace.
There's certain nodes in here that won't show as having a value, I guess. The idea of the screaming AI is kind of a cool idea for a quote-unquote ghost ship. Destroy. Oh, cool. I see. AI node. Oh, okay, that's a neat idea. They don't want them. I wonder why not.
Cutter.
I ain't afraid of no
That's how it's
ghost.
done. Next one you see, just rinse and repeat.
They've talked about the revolution against AI before. I wonder if it's like Lynx is using AI illegally and they want us to destroy the evidence, essentially. Yeah, because they're in the seat. Okay. They're claiming it's not a Lynx ship. It's pretty smart. Idea of presenting that as a as like a ghost and talking about it like it's haunted is really smart.
Cutter, seems like the AI's gone all haywire in here. It's wreaking havoc in all the ship's systems. Alright, keep your nose down, your eyes up.
I was a little worried when they said AI that it was going to be a that they were going to break genre a little bit, but having it be, or when they said it was a ghost ship is what I was worried about. Glad that it's AI. That's smart. This one back there. Hold on. What was on the door underneath the seat? Wow. Good at hiding them.
Airlock depressurizing. Airlock pressurizing. Air pressure level decreasing.
I thought I saw way more of these somewhere else in the ship. Like, I thought there were a ton of them in this area.
Airlock depressurizing.
It's a big ass ship. I guess these ships are all made by different companies. As Lynx is the shipbreaking company, so Lynx is probably helping them cover their tracks, essentially. Airlock to get in here.
Airlock depressurizing. Airlock pressurizing.
So we got about an hour in this stream left and some change. Do we think another 4-hour stream would be enough to get credits for this, beat the game, or do we think we need a little bit more than that? Wraith has enough time banked.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Everything in airlock here?
Airlock depressurizing. Airlock pressurizing.
Have I found all the AI nodes? They're not showing up in my scanner anymore. Maybe there's only a certain number you have to destroy and then you're done. Okay, look.
Airlock depressurizing.
Cutter, ship's got about 5 minutes left in her. Let's make it count. Leave her out.
Yeah, I don't see any more that are red. I thought I saw a ton earlier, and then after I cleared out the ones in the first chamber, I don't see any more. We want to deal with the airlocks on both sides of the ship, because you said disconnecting the ship at any point can be disastrous if you haven't already dealt with that. For weird reasons.
Airlock pressurizing.
I want to depressurize this. I don't think there's a working AC unit in here. Thought I maybe saw a broken one. Yeah, okay, so I have to blow out this door, I guess.
Airlock depressurizing.
Gotcha.
Airlock depressurizing.
I got more bullshit on this side to deal with. Must be like a specific door I'm looking for.
Airlock depressurizing.
Airlock console. That is a door console. Good now? Not all the way. I guess the airlocks fix themselves. I'll probably have to deal with this cockpit.
Airlock pressurizing.
Gotcha.
Air pressure level decreasing. Airlock depressurizing.
Now I think we're good. All right.
That's 1 minute left, Cutter. You're in the middle of something. It's now on time to skedaddle.
Airlock depressurizing.
Yeah, it seems like all the spooky ghost mist is gone too after that.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have 1 incoming transmission waiting.
Rook, you hearing me? What happened out there with Kaido was garbage. Rhodes just constantly doubling down, pushing him. He's a bully. The only thing worse than corporate suits are middle
Yep.
management jerks who love stepping on everyone else. Just to climb the ranks. Even Weaver's given up. He knows Rhodes can do him in just like the rest of
We
us.
gotta kill him.
It's not right what's happening. And from what I see, none of us are safe. We need to do something. The other stations don't have it much better. This is going down everywhere. I'm not gonna stand by and let them kick us around like this anymore. We deserve better. Keep you posted. Lou out.
The middle manager isn't the like real ultimate bad guy, but he probably should also die.
Today's weather report, clear and sunny, with a high
Like I said, the
of
bootlicker is
-170
almost
degrees.
more crucial to keeping things the way they are. Blue World's roleplay campaign. Unread messages incur an hourly fee after 10 days.
Listen up, y'all. Believe it or not, I'm a little nervous to bring this up. But I can't take Rhodes' crap anymore. None of us are safe, and we need to do something.
You're not talking about this union stuff again, are you?
Oh, you bet I am. What other option do we have?
Lou? No. Hell no. I've seen these movements come and go, kid. They don't change a thing except get us regular folks into even more trouble.
Yeah, hold up now. You sure about this, Lou?
Sure as one can be, Weaver. He's even coming after you. You know that. After all you've done for them.
The Union? I can't get into any more trouble.
None of this is your fault. They're supposed to protect us. But the only thing they care about is their bottom line. So we need to hit them where it hurts.
Hold your damn horses. Lou, what are you suggesting?
It's called industrial action. A way to protest through our work. Look around you. We're expendable. We barely have a say in our futures.
I admire your fire, kid. But this is too much. I can't risk this. I got family to look after. I'm out.
I need to think about this some more. But I appreciate that you care, Lou.
Damn it.
They're just scared, Lou. I know where you're coming from, but is this really the right thing to do? Dang. Lou, I gotta go. Pal's coming up. Talk soon.
Well, Rook, there has to be a point where enough is enough. And this is mine. I wanted the whole crew on board. But we can get support elsewhere. I'll contact the union. I hope you'll be with us when it counts. Lou out.
Yep. This is funny about an alternate Earth where AI intervened before the Great Swampification. Those blue worlds. Links got really weird when I mentioned it was an AI-themed campaign, so we can avoid them hearing about this. It would be great. Interesting. All right, cut points.
Cutter, might need to be a little careful with this ship. She's been giving us some grief. Found her floating. No one aboard, no distress signals. Manifest been completely wiped. It's like they took a long walk. Never came home.
Manifest been wiped, huh?
Just keep an eye out, alright? Don't think any little green men are gonna come jumping out at you, but there might be, some leftovers of the crew. Weaver out.
There is no crew. That's not a thing we have to worry about. That's what Lynx and their collaborators are pumped about. So previously when I've done this, there hasn't been a gigantic fuel tank in the center that probably makes using the demo charges kind of dangerous. So I can flush the valves, but it just means that the central tank is completely full now, right? Guess I can try to remove it? No.
Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the
I just
master jack.
disconnect it from the top, basically. I see. I know that I remember seeing one this big. I think it's out of there, or it might still be stuck. I'm gonna have to cut some of this just to be able to pull it out of there. That's scary. Okay. That's funny.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels restored.
Sucks. It seems like these demolition things are in the way. Yeah, I think I have to deal with them, but I feel like I don't think I can deal with them without accidentally exploding myself here. Guess the pipes are in the way, huh? Okay. Once I flush them, I can cut these safely now. Okay. Doesn't seem like they're super responsible for it being stuck. Yeah, fuck this whole contraption. This is great. I need to like cut this in half so I can get through it. Okay, I can't even cut it in the first place. Okay. Even fitting the pipe out of here seems very challenging. Oops. Yeah, well, I anticipated that, but then it looks like I can't tell if these make it impossible to disconnect it. Like, maybe if I pull it down a little bit, then I can fit out. Try that. Oops. Not what I meant to do. Crap. Not worth junking. Do it anyway.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
I see. Yeah, they seem like they lock it in there, but I don't see them struggling substantially against anything other than the demo charge points. I guess I can try doing a demo charge and see if I blow myself up. Hold on. See if I can pull it down now. Still be slightly stuck on... Yeah, okay, but I got stuff that I can just cut normally now. Oh, but this is also demo only? Okay, shit. Yeah, exactly.
That's 5 minutes left on the clock, Cutter. 5 minutes remaining.
That does like nothing. Wow. How the fuck? Because I can't break this part of the ring at all, it seems like, right? Spent this entire workday trying to get this guy out. Maybe if I can get it so that I can like rotate it. I think maybe if I could turn it around, turn it 90 degrees, it could fit. It just barely gets stuck. Yeah, so it can't fit through this, and I can't destroy this. So what part is it supposed to fit through? It doesn't seem like it comes out at all. There's just like barely clearance for it to make it through like one side. I don't know if I can like disconnect the whole thing. Up the front of the ship. Okay. I can try to start working on that. Demo charges. Something's gonna disconnect. It's not obvious. It's gonna disconnect, I guess.
Welcome to Vintatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase. Thank you for your purchase.
Tethers restored.
There's no real reason to disconnect these two pieces because they both go in the barge, right? Oh, there's a button to rotate the cut plane by 90 degrees.
Applying credit.
Gotcha.
Cutter, got about 1 minute to make your mark on this shift.
Airlock up here. I like having the links doesn't want us talking about AI thing hidden in like a goofy tabletop role-playing email. Smart. I'm guessing that's timed to arrive after you complete your first ghost ship too. Or start your first ghost ship.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
Gather up, fellas.
Fuck.
Gather up. I got something to share with you all. A real treat.
Ugh.
Hold up. Where's Lou at?
We'll come to that. Now, I'm gonna read a message I acquired last night. To Group
The
Undisclosed.
Union.
As has been occurring in salvage yards across the colonies, our team has been struggling with an administrator who is oppressive, petty, and cruel. This official puts our safety at risk and assaults the mental health and well-being of our team. These clear tactics of oppression are being used to undermine the strength and will of our crew. We need to show Lynx and the world that we are not without power, and we will no longer tolerate being treated as less than human.
Kill this guy.
Industrial action would show Lynx that we control the means of their profit. Action is hope, solidarity is strength. Your colleague in solidarity, Lou. Carnegie Station.
Where's Lou?
Heading back where she belongs.
You gone way out of line here, Hal. This is my crew, and I say who stays and who goes.
Save it, Joseph. I've shared all this with headquarters. And now, I've got one last thing. A message from Rye Paulson.
But they went to the
herself.
trouble of animating that a little bit.
I encourage you all to pay attention.
To all employees of Lynx Salvage Division, this is an important update on our effort to safeguard you from predatory union organizers. We have received disturbing information of a plan to commit a terrible act of violence by this group. In these drastic times, it is our duty to take drastic measures. For this, we turn to Clause 19C of your work agreement.
Can you like execute us?
Clause 19C stipulates that anything produced by Lynx equipment is the sole property
Including your
of
bodies.
Lynx Corporation. Most importantly,
genetic
this
assets.
clause applies to the genetic assets produced by our Everwork technology, otherwise known as spares. Beginning today, Lynx Corporation will immediately assume control of all individual rights and liberties of its employees. This will allow us to greatly restrict the spread of union activity and protect our precious workforce. You entrusted yourself to us, and we will keep you safe from harm. Thank you.
This is ludicrous. First you push the hazard levels on us, then you stop us from training. You take Dee Dee's comms away, you bully Kaido.
Glad Weaver is coming around here.
This is beyond.
It's all right there in your contract, Joseph. Now, as your corporate representative, Curzon, your financial account with New Manila Credit is being turned over to Lynx. Recurring transfers there will be stopped immediately.
Fuck.
52, that vehicle parked outside your hab is now Lynx property. I've sent a tuck to retrieve it.
No. You can't do that. That was my personal property. I gave that to...
Muted. And don't think I haven't seen you scrounging parts on the job, 52. That's theft, kiddo. And it stops now.
Please. My family. Please.
Look, this is all temporary.
It'd be cool if they have a level where you're just exploding ships.
Disagree and commit, people. Now, since we're down a person, you're all gonna have to pick up the slack. Chop chop, folks. These ships aren't breaking themselves. I'll see you all in the yard. Road's out.
I feel like the really grim thing to do here is to just have the game continue. Right, that's the real world thing that happens.
Hey, Doc?
Doesn't it feel so much calmer and focused out there? In fact, I'm gonna leave Weaver on mute a while. Let him cool down.
You're a real waste of skin, Hal.
Careful now, Curzon. I can put you on leave, too. Just like your pal Lou. You know the real beauty of that? When you're on leave, you're still Lynx property. Can't do much of anything without our say-so.
Shouldn't we be working instead of chatting?
Oh, I am working, Curzon. This is my job. You, on the other hand, you better get to it. You too, Kaido.
Yes, sir.
And you, 52. Let's get those ships stripped, people.
Really do a good job of making you hate that guy. It's that specific combination of being useless and having a horrifying amount of authority that you're willing to use in bad faith and maliciously, right? I could live if we lived in a world that was mostly like lawful evil people. But unfortunately, a lot of the evil in the world is just cruel fools. I do like that they've been leaving the whole, oh yeah, you've got these spares. It justifies why you can die and come back to life. They've just kind of been dancing around the idea that aren't you you're basically a slave. Now they're saying you're literally a slave and always have been. They've just been choosing to pretend like you're not. It's kind of the thing with wage slavery in the first place, right? Like, there's all of this kind of everybody collectively pretending that it's voluntary, because you could technically quit your job and work for somebody else, but you got to work for somebody, right? Or you will be on the street. Spooky sounds. Very interested to see if this game goes for the grim, realistic ending, or if it tries to do something at least bittersweet. It sounds like they're setting up that we can catch them in this AI scandal, but like they would just get away with it, right? There are no rules. People can do whatever they want, especially if they have money and influence. I think the game's done a really good job up to this point of holding its tonal cards close to its chest, or it's not obvious if it's going to try to go for a happy or even pseudo-happy ending. Make sure there's not more AI units since I'm hearing the spooky music.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
The ECU blocks your scanner. That's cool. Doesn't look like there's one in there, right? Does the music necessarily require that there's one nearby? Or it could just be a theme on the ghost ship level that it does that occasionally?
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
It was this one was showing as red before objects. Cut points here. I see. Yeah, as I'm playing it more, especially for doing a long stream today, I can kind of see the matrix a little bit better. I can see how a lot of the game is Lego blocks being glued together. Stuff on the inside there. So there's like a cut point behind this wall. See how to get to it. Just maybe it doesn't matter. It's not actually affecting whether these are connected or not. Okay, so this is now separated. Maybe I can like pull it back a little bit here. Yes, Ben, you're very cute. You're a precious baby. This is like stuck on something. Okay. Oh, because it's a ring. Okay, that's annoying. Be pulled on things enough that this is more accessible now. Man, I really struggle to see how the fuck we get that out of there, though. Even like theoretically. It's a fucking mess. Let's try to keep doing cut points, I guess. Do literally everything else first, okay. I thought I disconnected everything that was available down there. Really appreciate how labor intensive the fucking airlocks are until there's two of them. I think those are the things I was struggling to see on the other side of the ship. Like 16 cut points. I guess they build these ships with still having crew quarters and airlocks and oxygen because they want plausible deniability that they're not just being piloted by AI. I like their design of the AI, just these little camera nodes. It's a very reasonable view of the future, aside from a handful of like necessary crazy sci-fi things like the spare clones thing, right? It's just necessary for the game to work. Also works pretty well for the story though, I think. Oh yeah, I don't. Weaver's not talking to me. Like, man, time came up real quick there. Okay, without my VOD going over time, I probably have time for one more mission here.
Hello, Shipbreaker. You have one incoming.
Yeah.
Hey, folks. Well, I don't rightly know what to say. I should have seen what Lou saw. To the company, we ain't nothing but equipment.
I swear, if I could get within cutting distance of that bastard.
Well, listen. This is what I want to talk about. Remember what Lou was saying about industrial
Let's
action?
fucking go.
Weaver.
Direct action.
Now, I don't pretend to know what it accomplished, per se, but I do know it'd make him hurt. Weaver. Heck, I know it'll piss Hal
Hell yeah,
off.
Weaver.
That alone's worth the price of
I
admission.
really like this game is really about Weaver getting radicalized. When I first met him, I'm like, oh, is he supposed to be like the bootlicker? Then you meet Hal and you're like, nope.
Guy, spit it out.
He pulled me aside. Look, I gave him access to the Union News Group.
This is because of you.
Not his fault.
I didn't know Lou was gonna send that message. I didn't know.
Oh, Kaido. How could you do that? I should have seen this coming.
I'm so sorry.
Well, kid, sorry's about as useful as a paper bag for a helmet, ain't it?
Well, folks, my old man taught me to know when the hands need a folding. Don't even know why I thought we could play this game. Play by the rules tomorrow, and the next day, and every day thereafter. Maybe in time,
No.
they'll give us
Never.
some of our humanity back. Weaver out.
Fuck, man.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
Oh, I like the handprint. That's a nice touch. Patient missing.
It looks like you're trying to operate on your ship. Would you like help with that?
So is the story advancing at a fixed rate after every workday now? Does it really matter how many mastery
Happy
points I get?
morning, folks. Saw some sloppiness yesterday, but I let it slide. Hope I don't see more today. Well, aren't you all a quiet bunch? Weaver, you're unmuted, by the way.
Thank you, Hal. I'm aware.
No sage words of wisdom for the team?
They know what they're doing.
You know, Curazon, if you hit those quotas, I might see about giving your comms privileges back. Once a week only, of course.
Like that.
Yeah, well,
Mm-hmm.
need to see those results first. Well, heck, folks, you're really taking this job seriously. I love to see it.
It's a great way to
Remember
resist.
what we say, Kai? Avoiding chatter makes profits what?
Huh?
It makes profits fatter, right?
Right.
Well, I like this. My little group of busy bees. No fuss, just salvage. Keep it up. How out?
Planning to kill you, dude. And the owner lady who made us all slaves.
Warning. Fuel levels
Oh, fuck. I forgot to hit that when I loaded in. Oh well. I mean, don't you know that collective bargaining is the alternative we worked out years ago to dragging you out in front of your house and beating you to death in front of your family? Seems like you forgot. Okay. I don't know if I need to cut my way into this section here. Bunch more cut points, and I don't see how to get to them. I already pulled this apart. There's another crawl space back here. Oh, here we go. I didn't realize that gate thing could move. I think all the other cut points are off by the fuel tank I can't get out. One of those in this section somewhere. Yeah, all right. Gonna get this over with, I think. How did I get in here? There is a little area I was able to squeeze through.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Oh shit. Go deal with that now.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Thank you for your
Fuel levels restored.
Okay, cool. I think I got all the cut points now except for the ones over here. I could try to do more of them. I guess I can deal with the nacelles. It's barged. It makes it easier to see what I'm doing, if nothing else. I tend to prefer bummer games. Like, I tend to prefer a game like this to have just an absolutely, like, bleak, brutal ending where nothing good happens and we just lose, because I feel like that's what would happen in real life, but kind of am hoping that there's at least something nice that happens. Generally don't play video games as an escape, but they've done a good job of making me like the characters in this one.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit transferred.
Go. Yeah, that sounds helpful. Swap between them really quick. So there's some like airlock cut points that I can't see. There it is.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
It shouldn't make a difference though. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't blame him in the slightest. Like, they really have so much leverage over you. It's kind of horrifying. One of the things that really bothers me in the real world is the way that capital, especially landlords, but also just employers, are heavily incentivized to push the limits of what they think they can get away with because they just expect that you're too exhausted to be able to reasonably like take them to task and take them to court. And they can kind of do the, the Fight Club math of asking, okay, what percentage of people actually successfully take us to court? How much money do we lose in the process of doing that? How much money do we gain by doing the questionable thing all the time? We make more money by breaking the rules than just break the rules. It's actually rational. All right, hopefully I can separate it somehow now. Come on, right? Can that like come out somehow? tug it apart slightly. It still seems like the problem is getting it out of this housing, though, right? There's just no opening that's large enough to fit it in any direction, no matter what I cut. I can't cut these, right? Maybe I can cut this, actually. Oh, there's another part that I was unable to cut before. It's like this big cylindrical thing that I can't cut, right? You can come down through here. First try. Holy shit, that was complicated. God damn.
Processing valuable.
No! Not after all that, you motherfucker.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
Okay. It's not really, I mean, it's worth 100,000. It's not that expensive, but I just didn't want to explode the thing was the main thing. First try. Good God.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposited.
Benedict,
Applying credit to account.
why are you being a bad kitty?
60 seconds left to wrap things up, Cutter.
Credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credit awarded.
People's cats, man. Oh, actually, it's probably more valuable stuff. It's like there's still like computer banks and shit on there.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a nightmare. So for next episode, does it feel like I'm locked into completing the campaign now? Without, it doesn't really matter what ships I do.
Credits awarded.
Just try to see new ones if possible. Ghost ship was pretty cool. I like the whole AI idea. Got 6.5 minutes left in the VOD, so hopefully there's not a super long cutscene here.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%, which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
So future Marstead, you seem to be in a end sequence of the game. Lou has been imprisoned, shut down, essentially. Everyone has been formally enslaved instead of just technically enslaved. Shit's really bad. Even Weaver has been radicalized and wants to do some industrial action against the company and take some revenge against Hal. So hopefully that plays out. You're in the middle of a ship right now. You can go ahead and keep working on it. You still haven't pulled the reactor. But you got all the notes that you need in the text files. So I think you should be good to go. Nothing specific to mention. Ask Terranin beforehand for a list of ships you haven't done yet. I think one of them is a Gecko cargo ship. But you did the Ghost ship finally. So I think that's one of the only ones you haven't seen yet. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. It's a really, really good game. The story is fantastic. I'm excited to finish it up next time.